What is up, everyone? What is up? It is Monday, but it is the week of 4th of July. For those of you not American, that is a big deal, apparently, in this country. Well, not apparently, it is. I don't know why I said it like that. But it is a big deal. So it's going to be kind of interesting to see the people with the reactions from the World Cup, if they're still here. Yeah, it's been a long day. My car's in the shop right now because my dad rear-ended my car. Here's the funny part. I wasn't even in my car. Let me be clear. Nobody was in my car. Switch over to the Big Nix OS. You have a Discord that I can join? Yeah, the link's in bio. You guys do know that creators can have links in their bio. I'm sorry if I sound kind of like an ass saying that, but I've had links in my bio for years now, with the Discord and all of my socials and everything. And it just cracks me up because I've had people for years, even before I was streaming, even be in my comments like, yo, do you have a Discord or something? And I'd be like, check my profile. I don't know. Maybe I'm just having a long day. What's up, Toxic Mind? How's it going? How what? I need some more context here. You love your gameplay. Let's see some. Today is not a gaming day. Gaming on Linux days are Sundays. Today is more of a tinkering day. We've got some shit to build. I also do have to review some content because I promised a friend over the weekend I would review this first thing on Monday. But yeah, we're going to be building this. So that came in, along with, we got new hacker hardware. We got a Proxmark 3. I know the Proxmark 5 is coming out, like, next month with DEF CON or anything. But I was like, look, it's cheap enough. May as well pick it up so that way I can do NFC and RFID stuff beyond just the flipper. I do have another card reader somewhere in one of my boxes, but this is a little bit more sophisticated in what you can do with it. So this is the Proxmark 3. It can do RFID and NFC, so you can see from the long ass antenna here. Hey, now and everyone can eat. Get money in the daytime, even get it when I sleep. Wake up and getting bread, bitch. I do this for streets, ADHD.
Darko Demon 2021 just resubbed for 45 months. Yo, dog.
Thank you for the sub there. Appreciate you. Happy hacking. When are you gonna be on your way, by the way, Darko? But, yeah. So, I got the Proxmark 3 over here. And, I'll play with that later. I've already done some NFC stuff here and there. We're going to do a little bit more, because we're going to also build NFC for my, DEF CON little badge with the e-ink reader. Hold on. Yeah, I can get this back in the little anti-static bag here. So we got that. We got the holder here for it. Oh, that's part of the AIO. What are you doing out here? And that's part of the antenna set that we're going to be putting on the little U console. Another thing I picked up was a good set of bits and screws to upgrade some of mine. So Wera is one of my favorite handheld tool companies. So I was like, I need a better bit set that at least just has my general everyday ones for when I need a grab. And this is what I got. I have the ratcheting ones here somewhere. I have a small mini one that I can take with me on an airplane. I mean, I'd literally taken it around the world with me. And then I'm gonna get a small little one to compare to the iFixit so I can... I don't know, there's just something with their handles and everything, the way they do it. They just feel better. I don't know. It's one of those things when you use tools for a while, you're just like, you hold the tool and you're like, oh my god, this feels nice. And then I still got this ESP32 Marauder. This is a different version. I think this is, if I'm not mistaken, V6 and this is V4. So they have different capabilities on what they can do. And this is the e-ink badge that we have to reprogram. So we'll have my info for DEF CON and stuff once I 3D print the case to protect the back circuitry and stuff. We've already done that before. Could I explain Meshtastic? Meshtastic is basically a decentralized off-the-grid network with encryption options as well. So basically, you build it on the little devices like these. Okay, this is probably on the little bit more expensive side, but there's a few more I got around here somewhere. I don't know where they are. But anyway, they come in various different formats, all the way from like this guy over here to this guy over here, and I have some other ones in here somewhere. But anyway, they come in all different formats. So Meshtastic basically can use each of these devices as a client that you can send a message through and receive, but and that can be done through Bluetooth, it can be done through physical connection, however, it depends on the device. But each device also by default acts as a relay. So if this device sees this device, they'll not only talk to each other, but they'll also relay each other's messages. By default, they do up to 3 hops. So 1, 2, 3. You can up that to, you know, a few more, but then there's retransmissions, all that. But anyway, it's a decentralized off-the-grid network. There's like 3 off-the-grid networks that I primarily know of that people can access without any special radio licensing whatsoever, because it can operate in the ISM band. You have Meshtastic, which is the easiest to enter. Pretty much set and forget, set the guy up, the most amount of users with it. Then there's Meshcore, which is very similar to Meshtastic, but you can have specific routing and things like that. So you can actually, Meshcore is a little bit more robust. Like there are networks that allow up to 64 hops, and because of how it can be done, it's a lot better. But it's not as popular in the USA, but there are some communities that have it. It's more popular in the UK, but there was some drama between one developer, so you gotta go to meshcore.io, not meshcore.co.uk. .io is the official one. They kind of split, and one guy totally vibe coded and forked the firmware, and yeah, it got really messy. Anyway, the third network is not so much specific to LoRa, with, you know, ISM band, all that, but it can use it, but it's more of a networking protocol that can operate on just about everything. Excuse me. Got something stuck in my throat. So you have Reticulum, which if you've been on my Instagram or TikTok or YouTube Shorts, you'd seen that video where I was... Oops, sorry, my water fell over. You'd see that I was playing with the Hackers Teaching Hackers badge that had Reticulum built into it. In that case, it was LoRa. But you can use Reticulum to have LoRa connect into a device. Like, imagine you have a Raspberry Pi that acts as a gateway for Reticulum, can then send and receive over LoRa, but then also send and receive over its Ethernet connection. And then also be able to, you know, have the LoRa connections come in to then be able to go over the larger reticulum network. And then you could even do that over packet radio with ham radio. And yeah, it gets really interesting what you can do with reticulum. I haven't even scratched the surface with it, so I'm not going to go too deep into it. It's on my to-do list. Same with mesh core. Are there any SBCs that are still affordable? Not really. The issue is memory. Like the Raspberry Pi Compute Module 5 that I'm planning to eventually upgrade in the U console over here is $170. That fricker used to only be like $75. Is it hard to find a job with the course of IT? Finding a job is more dependent upon the individual as well as the geographic region sometimes that you are in, more so than like anything, you know, like course or that. Yeah. Oh, also, on a random note, I've become a toe sock person. You get free feet in this economy. There you go. It's, yeah, it's a very freeing feeling. It's weird because you're like, at first, like, wow, it's going to be wrapping all of my toes around, and then you're like, wow, this is actually more comfortable. They can actually breathe. They have space. So I'm taking my kids to DEF CON for the first time. My older son is an aerospace engineering student. My youngest is in the 3D model. Other than the obvious, what should I show them? Take them to the Aerospace Village. There are some creator villages. I can't remember what they are off the top of my head, but there are people that do 3D printing and making stuff, like soldering and all of that. So take your kid that's into 3D modeling and everything there. That might be advantageous. There's also, what is it called? DEF CON Next or DEF CON Next Gen or something like that. Those are DEF CON talks and courses made specifically for kids at DEF CON. Yes, you can bring your kids. Imagine that. Yeah, Vegas is trying to become family friendly still, and they're trying to do that whole moniker. But if you do bring your kids, that is actually a family friendly thing. Now, of course, you know, you're gonna have to prep the kids for the obvious. If they aren't already, they will see furries, and like you will see people like in straight up like full on fur outfits in the middle of Vegas. They have air conditioning in there apparently. Who knew? People pay like $15,000-$30,000 for these suits. I never knew. Not my cup of tea. But anyway. No DEF CON for me, only Falcon. Boo. If given the choice, I'd rather go to DEF CON than Falcon every time. CCNP still good enough? Depends on like the employer or whatever they're looking for as their checkbox. How'd you get started in cybersecurity? Like what tools did you use? I got started in cybersecurity by growing up in a broken household and getting up to mischief. Not even a joke. So a while ago, we'll have to go through it again, but we went through the InfoCon drive and found the broken.org. We also did it through the archive.org. Anyway, the broken.org was one of the original hacker shows. I remember when I was a little kid, like pre-YouTube. Kevin Rose introduced me to Kevin Mitnick and all that. They were talking about Juarez. They were talking about social engineering for free pizza. You know, packing a laptop full of thermite and setting it on fire to destroy your evidence. And this was like underground, like hacker culture when we were still in the misfits and miscreants and not really seen as a professional field. Like these guys are literally sitting in the basement with 40s in their hand. And to date the scene for you, you have Trinity from The Matrix on a poster in the background. Anyway, that's kind of how I got started down the route of cybersecurity and not just tinkering. And when did the broken.org come out? Hold on. Thebroken.org. This is like obscure internet culture. Hold on. Let me see. Early 2000s, yada yada yada. 2003. So I was like 12 when it came out. Good times. It was an offshoot of Tech TV. Yeah, there was the G4 Tech TV, and then Tech TV merged with G4. And then, yeah. Sessler and Webb, yeah. Okay, had a friend talk about how he built a client site using AI Lovable, and I pointed out on my end, I can see the banner that said edit unlovable. Oh, I'll do you one better. There was apparently a meme floating around of a guy that talked about how he, you know, doesn't need a team of developers or anything like that because he made this app, and then somebody, like, literally responded back, like, dude, you don't even have, like, TLS enabled on your website. You should hire at least one engineer. Alright. Let's at least get out of the way the one bit of content that I did promise my friend I would do today. And then we will get into building the U console a little bit. We find where we put this. God, where the hell did I put that? I need to stop making so much content.
1983 is now chilling in the lab.
Oh, maybe it was further up. Hold on. Hey, thank you for the follow. Sorry, I'm trying to find the thing I promised a friend. You know what? I'm just gonna search, mentions. And this is why I tag it. Alright.
Welcome to Tata. Connect your phone by scanning the QR code to control
Oh.
the game.
Damn. Okay, so this is what they wanted me to look at. Apparently this is something related to a friend of theirs. I think it's a learning project or something like that, so I guess it's... Oh yeah, it's the little game thing they had. Now when I opened the site up, it had like this bot with a really robotic voice that reminded me of Microsoft Bob. I'm not gonna joke. Was it like Bob? It was that really like digital voice. Anyway, so what is this? So there's different games in here.
Pick a number on your phone to reveal an action card.
Yeah, that's one piece of feedback I will definitely give. Do not do voices unless you're gonna, you know, EQ it and everything like that. Microsoft Sam, thank you. What is this? Okay, I'm clicking, but you saw how it clicked and like, what's the point of having it spin? If you're trying to click on it, I mean... Alright. Curious what the design logic is behind that. Pick a small hidden object in the room in the style of... What is this? I'm like... Oh. I see. These are party games. Okay. I'm not like a party game type of person unless you're watching, Whose Line Is It Anyway? Why Pop OS? I think that it's just a, I like the fact that they've, you know, had NVIDIA and stuff work stably. Wow, I cannot speak. Pretty stable for quite a while. Okay, there's definitely some bugs on this site because, like, it did not want to go back home.
Connect your phone by scanning the QR code to control the game.
Yeah, one piece of feedback I will give anyone that does any websites. You can't see it. If you're wondering what that is, every time you load up a site,
Welcome to Tada.
it loads up this little avatar here.
To control the game.
And it's like an AI generated voice. So I mean, that was I know a trend that happened in like the 90s and 2000s. We all remember. I think it was MySpace that turned the etiquette to, we're not going to do any sounds when people open websites because it made people jump. If you lived through the MySpace era, that was an actual thing. I mean, and so far as like the layout of things, I mean, it clicks fine, but I think there's like this whole like, I don't know if that's like requiring you to scan a QR code. I'm not, no offense to anyone, I'm not going to scan anybody's random QR code. Anyone else going to DEF CON or Black Hat this year? I mean, besides me, yeah. I know I have about like close to a dozen and a half friends all confirmed that they're gonna be coming out. Was this syllabus? Yeah, there's some typos in there. I mean, it's a nice, fun project for someone to, you know, start out, especially for learning. The website is responsive. I will definitely say that. Some of the things are more like UX things, but let me put it this way. I hate UX because it is so tedious. It is so difficult to get that down. So it's not like, you know, don't think anyone's bad if you get UX and UI not right. It is a hard science and art to get down. There's a reason why I basically do back-end stuff primarily and do end curses, menus, and stuff like that. You have a really bad problem with Tails OS? Yeah, your problem is why are you using Tails OS? That's the first question I ask anyone when they're like, I'm having an issue with Kali or I'm having an issue with Tails OS. My follow-up question is going to be, why are you using Tails or Kali? And if your answer is why you're using Tails because you need to browse the darknet, no, you don't. You don't need that to browse the darknet. And you're not important enough to require a tool like Tails. I got an offer from Northrop Grumman, but the job is an hour away. Do I take it? It depends. So you are talking about the USA, so the honest truth is, I know quite a few people at my job that drive an hour to get into work 3 times a week, okay? So ask yourself, what are the job opportunities around you? What's the job opportunity that you were given? What's the potential growth? Is this good for your resume? Are you going to move eventually? You got to think about all these things. So I can't tell you it's a definitive yes or no, but what I can tell you is, and I know a lot of Europeans and people that are, you know, from other countries, some other countries, they'll get this, but an hour-long commute is not out of the question, even where I'm at with some of the people I've known. So, But keep in mind, I want you to do this. I want you to plot out how many miles it is from where you are to where you're going to work, how many times a week you're going to have to make that trip. Do a budget estimate on the cost of all that fuel. Weigh that into the overall package that you're getting from the new job. Subtract that from it, and then you'll basically know what you're going to have left at the end of the day. If that's better than some of your other opportunities, go for it. Maybe add an IRS mileage adjustment too. Well, that's if you're self-employed. If you're working for an employer, it doesn't work that way. Yeah, my pleasure. All right. Let's get this bad boy out. So, I apologize for the camera in advance. I don't really have a good overhead setup yet. I also need to clean up my area. That's one of the things I hope to get around to this week. So, the U console, when you order it, comes in a bunch of different pieces. And I got the batteries, I think, over there. Oh shit, I should have started charging the batteries, but I'm not planning to use it tonight. I'm planning to at least get it together tonight. But the parts are metal. Is that a cyber deck? Well, it's a kind of one. It is a U console from Clockwork Pi, which I'm setting up for serious radio work to be a companion to my other laptop. There's going to be a few upgrades coming for this over the next few weeks, so keep in mind. This will be a return. Then I'm planning to, after DEF CON, I'm planning to, what's the word? Save up for the DGX Spark. After I get one DGX Spark at least to start tinkering with, then I'm going to, work on my mini laptop again, the MNT Pocket Reform. I got a couple of upgrades I'm planning for it, so we already talked about the CPU a lot that we're going to do. Another thing I found out is people have been able to get 10 or so hours dailying that laptop, the little mini laptop, with a hack to improve the battery size. So I'm going to 3D print some new battery holders and get 8,000 milliamp battery packs, get 2 of them, so the mini laptop's gonna have 16,000 milliamps. And with that RK3588 CPU, it should be quite decent with 16 gigabytes of RAM on a 7-inch laptop, and a cell modem built in. Oh, and this has a cell modem too, but I'm not putting a SIM card in this one, but I can always add it later. Okay, so now we got to get the keyboard over here. They really machine this well. Okay, so we got the little sheet here. I wonder if they have it come unassembled because they're like, we want to you know, have them build it so we can save a buck, or if they're doing it because, well, they know the community is probably going to want to try building it themselves. Okay, so they have this tiny little trackball here. And it looks like it goes right over this. Okay, so there's probably something that's going to come in and secure that. We got a Raspberry Pi compute module over here. Alright. So now we put the faceplate down. Okay, the faceplate is what's going to hold this in. I think this is aluminum, anodized aluminum, black with a silver back. I have a new front that's going to be coming, which is going to replace the trackball here a lot of people complained about, with a, what do you call it? Trackpad. Is that a Steam Deck? No, it's not a Steam Deck. Now, let's get my new Wera screwdrivers over here. You should have a bit to fit this. So that looks like a 2.5 mil hex bit. Let's see. Oh, of course, you're in, there we go. Yeah, 2.5. I was right on the money. First time. Now, you don't want to over-tighten. See you later, Draco. Thanks for coming by. Yeah, the mini laptop, I'm going to set expectations. That might be a 2027 project, unless I raise funds a little bit faster. I just want to set reasonable expectations for the community. But it is on my to-do list. This actually wasn't as complicated as I thought it would be. Now, I have a new front coming in, and I'm going to be customizing this with some new screws. And I have some ham radio stickers, because, you know, you gotta put stickers on everything. The MNT Pocket Reform has a mechanical. This does not. This is membrane. Although, this does feel pretty solid for the keyboard that it is. Because I'll show you the device that I had that compares to this from about a decade ago in a second. And it's a device that I doubt many of you have ever seen, and most people that have heard of only have seen it online because it became popular kind of towards its retirement. And at one point it was my little device that I would carry every day. So, set that down for a sec. It's this. The pocket chip from Next Thing Computing. This is literally how it came. You had to 3D print your own keyboard, and this was when 3D printers were like still relatively new. But this is how it came. And it was $69 for this guy. That was your main board. Ran full Debian. I think this is like half a gig or 1 gigabyte of RAM. 8 gigabyte eMMC or maybe 60. It wasn't that much, but it was a lot for the time. Because remember, it's $69. And this is like a decade old. And then you had your GPIO pins exposed to the top here. I've actually thought about like reworking this potentially into something with a DEF CON badge down the road, but I would need to work with somebody who has a bit more hardware hacking skills. There's some fun things we could do with this to make a unique badge. But yeah. So, that's the pocket chip. Remember being in ham radio clap back in the 90s, it was fun. Yeah, That would have been fun to have a ham radio club. We don't unfortunately have those, and when I go to most of the radio meetups and clubs and stuff now, I'm the young guy. Alright, so now we're getting into the meat and potatoes of stuff. Alright, so we need a little... mount the main board. Oh, it needs this piece over here. But of course, they stick it in a way that, Oh, and I did leave the screen protector on here, just because I'm building it, and I can always take that off at the end. I just do that out of habit. Because, like, you're always knocking it while you work on devices, and I never understood, like, taking off the screen protector while you're working on the computer. But, yeah. Okay, so... This little plug goes over here. I have a feeling this is gonna tie into some lighting over here. And then we have our main board over here. So this is the main motherboard, where the Raspberry Pi compute module is going to go. You can also put in an adapter for anything else. There's a micro SD card on there, which is probably the operating system they sent with me. There is a USB port over here, an A port, a USB-C port, looks like a headphone jack, and an HDMI micro. Oh, they actually have it labeled on the board for you. USB, USB-C. Yeah, they labeled everything. That's great. It even like tells you where the antenna is. And we're going to have a total of 7 or 8 antennas on this altogether. And over here, there's an M.2 connector. I am going to have a device coming in that should improve that a little bit, because the way the M.2 is positioned, it would stick out the machine. Alright, so... they really machined this well. Like, this is more well-machined, I'd say, than some devices I would pay, like, major manufacturers to make. Oh, and then we fold in our ribbon cable to the monitor over there. Okay, so we're going to need 4 screws. If you're wondering where all the screws loose are in my head, they're in this bag. Alright, so let's get the... So I am going to have to get a magnetizer and demagnetizer for these Wera screwdrivers. But I also want to buy their micro set that has that capability. A lot of people don't know this, but you can actually magnetize and demagnetize your own tools by just getting a little tool for like $5 or $6, and then you just rub it on the magnetizing area a few times, and any tool or item can then become magnetized, and you put it on the demagnetizing side, voila, same effect. Well, in reverse. I may go out and pick up some blue thread locker when this guy is all put together. Oh, screw fell. I got a screw loose. What else is new, Chief? Keep my magnetizer locked up. Can't let my son grab it. Alright. And then we gently lift up the little arm over here. And we get the little ribbon cable in. When it decides to not be a little bitch. There we go. And then we clamp that down with a little bit of pressure. Under pressure. Doom, 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 doom. And here we have the brain. Oh, I was really confused for a second. I'm like, that does not look like it connects. So there's a daughter board in here. Okay. Okay, so this right here is a full-on Raspberry Pi. This is the daughter board to adapt it. Now I gotta line up these pins just right. Okay, come on. This is not the most friendly interface to connect. There we go. Cool. No screws for this guy? Just friction fit? Okay. All right, making sure, nice and tight. What's up, Duper Byron? All right. And we got the Raspberry Pi in. Okay, so now we need the one of the two antennas here. Looks like it's the thicker one with the longer lead. Oh. And they actually have a hole just wide enough to slot the wire through. And then I only see one antenna point for this to connect in, but I have two antennas. Okay, yeah. That's what it says we gotta do. I've run out of RAM. Well, download more RAM. I hear that's what all the cool kids are doing these days. They're just downloading more RAM. At least these connectors are a little bit bigger than the laptop ones I'm normally dealing with, because those are a pain in the ass. No, come on. I just need to get you damn flat. Aha! Gotcha, connector. Alright, now let's remove the adhesive over here. Okay, cool. Got the Wi-Fi antenna. Feeling a little defeated. I got into IT for the women. Now I'm just another sysadmin drinking at night. Yep. Them's the breaks. Okay. Now we gotta mount the speakers. It has speakers? Huh? Should have had some needle nose. Hold on. There we go. That should make my life a little bit easier. Alright. Is cybersecurity fresher friendly? What do you mean fresher? Isn't that is that the UK term for like new? I'm just trying to make sure before I go on about this. Is OpenBSD good? I mean, it can be. I just don't know a lot of people that use it. Nothing against it. Oh, there's apparently some tape in these things. Alright. You mean for graduates? So cybersecurity, I mean, there are internships sometimes in cybersecurity. I won't deny that. But most cybersecurity actually wants you, most cybersecurity positions generally want you to come in with a few years of IT experience. Did I just get those upside down? It didn't really specify, did it? Well, if this module is going on top... Oh! They make it agnostic. They're like, eh, just put it in any direction. Okay, that's good. Oh, that M.2 slot is actually for this board here. Oh. And you know, come to think of it, when I was looking for my tools, they even include the Allen key you're gonna need. So you can build this entire thing with just one hex key that they include. It's kind of nice. I actually thought about this. Okay, now we need a blank slot. Okay, with the headphone jack. Makes sense. We are building a U console from Clockwork Pi. It is going to be my handheld radio device when this is all done. Alright, so it gives it a little bit of friction there to hold it against for me. Nice. Even though it does give you the Allen key, I still would highly advise always using your own tools. Because like even like the Prusa Mark III, and when I was building that, it comes with tools, and you know, a lot of things do, but it's the bare minimum. It's like the people that complain about building IKEA furniture. Well, why are you complaining about building IKEA furniture? Because you're building it with the IKEA little stupid wrenches they give you. Now, if you do it with, you know, some proper like hex heads and everything like that, and maybe even a power tool, not a problem. The problem is, most of the people that actually get this shit don't even buy a frickin' tool. Like my frickin' boyfriend that, as long as I've known him, has not bought one frickin' tool. In fact, one time, I hid something from him for months. All I had to do was put it in the power tools bag. I'm not even fucking joking. About to finish your master's in IT this August. Nice. Yeah, I'm starting the next term of my cybersecurity degree right now. Do you think white hat hackers are secret black hat? No, not everyone's like this. The last time I bought a tool was yesterday. Yeah, same. We're using the tool I bought yesterday. Okay, so this guy... Where's your attention? Where's your antenna going? Oh! Well, hello there, buddy. So be careful with these antennas when you put them in, because even though they are flexible, they are technically pretty delicate. Okay, so there's 3 antennas just on this guy alone over here. And it's having us connect right into... Okay, this is the cell modem that we're playing with. Gotcha. Alright, let's rip off that adhesive. And you can see the antenna actually underneath the PCB, like so. Alright, we got that snug as a bug. Right up against the edge. Which means I should be able to take my tweezers here. I swear to God, whoever designed these, what is it, U.FL or IFL or whatever the frick connector it is, your mom's a hoe! There we go. You definitely need like mini something to push down on that. Alright. So we got the screws in, we got the antenna. Now for the battery holder. This is one of the pieces we will be upgrading in the near future. Because the battery holder that I have coming in is actually going to have an NVMe holder at the bottom here too, exposing that PCI Express lane. Ah, there we go. Okay, so we gotta stab these connectors in. Alright, come on. I understand that these are power connectors and they need to be stiff, but Jesus. There we go. There we go. Cool. I should have started charging the batteries before I got this going. Screws over here. Here I am hamming the ice into the PC case to keep it running through the heat wave. What heat wave? Is the one going through Europe? Which I'm gonna be honest. I hate to be one of those Americans and be like, yeah, I mean, that's a little warm, but, you know. Song title? I don't know the song title. I do know that it's exclusive to me, because I bought this beat many years ago. There we go. Alright, let me... I want to grab 2 batteries. Oh, I thought these batteries are going to be more hot swappable than they were, but I guess not. Hold on 1 second. Alright. Okay. Here we are. Sorry, I had to kick Hassan Piker, you know, off of stream there. Get it? Empty chair joke. Alright, so we got 2 18650s here. My advice when it comes to 18650s, do not buy cheap ones off of Amazon. Be very intentional. Go with name brands. I'm not affiliated with them, but I recommend, what is it, 18650battery.com, I think it was, that I got these from. I know, really easy to remember. These are Panasonic NCR November Charlie Romeo 18650 GA Golf Alpha. These are 3,300 milliamp hours each, and this can so with the 2 of these we can get up to 6,600 milliamp hours. Now there is a mod out there for 3 batteries that you can then, you know, potentially do 9,900 milliamp hours, but I think what the next step will be after this, when I upgrade this, is I saw somebody had a lithium polymer upgrade that I could fit as much, I could fit a bit more, maybe like 10,000 milliamp hours, but, yeah. So, those 2 batteries go in there. I'm charging the other 4, so I will probably swap the batteries out later, because also another thing that you should know when it comes to 18650 or any other batteries, if you ever have to pair them up for any reason, marry those batteries together. That means they charge together, they go in devices together. This way you balance out the load between them, and you don't have to worry about like weirdness and balances, you know, if you're having it go in different banks of battery. But yeah, so I'll Type-C lithium battery charger module and call it a day. Well, there's kits that have that, and what kind of lithium? This has lithium charger in there, but, I was kind of hoping that it would be the kind where it's like, oh, there is protective layers in this. Well, I was kind of hoping... God, I lost my train of thought. I can currently streaming using Linux. Kind of. So I use OBS to stream. So let's avoid the one noob mistake that we know somebody's done and put your thermal pad on a computer with the protective layer. I'm trying to figure out where the ideal position is for this guy. I'm thinking it's right over the CPU memory and what looks like some kind of MOSFET or something. So, hold on. Want to line that up get as much surface area as possible. And then we're going to peel that layer off. Alrighty. Now we can get the back on. So we got a black case with a silver back. I'm gonna have a black front come in for the trackpad. Oh, it's gonna need me to squeeze it because of the thermal pad. That makes sense because it's the first time. Oh, and they have a middle screw here. Oh, but they tell you not to do that one right now. Okay. There must be a reason for that. It's also really interesting to know that this is an open source project. So, I mean, if anyone really wanted to, you could CNC your own parts. Make your own device. Hack this to your liking. And final screw for the back. IT famous phrase, we're out of money. Why the fuck are we out of money? You're always buying random shit. Oh. I was looking for a washer and I realized what it's referring to is the little loop here. So this is like your little kickstand for it. And that's gonna get locked in with these two screws here. And of course, you never want to over tighten, especially on this, because apparently the screws can strip. Oh, now it does want us to put the screw on, but it wants it oh, I see. Is that screw really just to hold this in place? Indeed it is. It's just to hold the rail in place. It offers no extra structural support. So now there's this SD card they gave us with the OS pre-installed. We'll load our own as well. But for now, just to make sure this little guy works, oh, it's one of those spring TF boards, and it's got a decent spring in there, so you might need some extra pressure. Now, because I know these batteries weren't charged. Okay, so it is pulling power, 5.1 volts at 0.8 amps. This is the on-off button. I saw a screen flicker. We got a black screen, so that's something. It may take a second. Who knows? Okay, it went black again. Is it just in a boot loop? Oh, it may take about 60 seconds for the first time. Okay. I wonder if it's right. Yep, there we go. It might have been writing something to the disk. And there we go. Raspberry Pi desktop. So it's probably using Raspbian, or what do they call it? Raspberry Pi OS now. The camera does not do a good job of picking this up. Hey, do you know Bash language? I know a little bit. Okay, so it's going through and setting itself up, so that's why they say the first install might take a while. Okay, it's pulling 5.1 volts at 2 amps right now. 2.2, 2.7, 2.8. It's going up and down. So it's got a bit of a power draw, but also, let's remember, it's charging 2 batteries at the same time here. So, because I didn't charge those batteries at all. I bought 6 of them. 6 of these Panasonics, because the idea was, oh, maybe I'll be able to swap them out. Now, it's not a hot swap, but you can still swap them out in the field, potentially, because it's just 5 screws. Well, yeah, 5 screws, because you gotta undo this one to flip that out of the way, and then just pop the 2 batteries out. Okay, so... is this a touchscreen? No, it is a trackball, and my god. Oh, people are not kidding about the trackball kind of sucking. Like, I have to do all that just to, move the mouse. Okay, now how do I click? Left. A Apparently there is some firmware update in there, but we first gotta get time zone for Eastern. Why the hell do you have ADAC? Okay, so the left and right buttons are here for your mouse. You have your arrow keys. There's a, YBXA if you wanted to do games, I guess. Then you have a full keyboard over here. Alright, let me set up my username. And I will say the keys, given the form factor and everything of this device, pretty good. Meh. Okay, for some reason that missed a press. Luckily I have a slightly improved keyboard and case and all that coming through. Yeah, that trackball is crap. Connected to my Wi-Fi. I just am gonna have to roll with that trackball for a while. Which reminds me, I need to go through and start cycling my passwords again. It's been a few years. Okay, come on. Connect to the Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi. Thanks for the sub, by the way. It's still trying to connect to the Wi-Fi. I think I know what it was. It might have been... I have to open up my Unify app. Hold on. Unify. Alright, let's see. Settings, Wi-Fi, pick the lawn. But that wasn't... Okay. Maybe I put a typo in. And I don't have a mini HDMI, so I can't really show you, but anything, it's not that important. It's literally just, me walking through the setup. Okay, that is the correct Wi-Fi password. Why are you not connecting? Okay. Oh, come on. This frickin' trackball's horrible. You know what I wonder? Did the keyboard selection earlier bork something up? Like it didn't do it under the right format, so somehow it's sending the wrong characters and the wrong... Nah, it shouldn't do that. Because even under the British keyboard, the ASCII character code should be the same, you would think. You know, we'll move on and skip that. Set the default browser to Firefox. It probably needs software updates, but we don't have an Ethernet connection right now. Although it will be added in the AIO we're gonna add in. Yes, it does have Wi-Fi. It's just being derpy. Not a bad device. It's a different form factor. We'll definitely have to get the Raspberry Pi Compute Module 5, to say the least. Because it could definitely benefit from better performance. Alright, so it does... So we have a full-on desktop over here. That looks like Raspberry Pi OS. And for some reason, it's showing it's still trying to connect to the network it was having issues with. I wonder if... it's because it doesn't like the 5 gig... no, it should be okay with the 5 gigahertz network. Band steering. Let me see... What do I have specifically? Okay, that'll work. I have a feeling it's gonna need an update, which is why it's acting this way. This device would have benefited from a touchscreen greatly. If this connects... Yep, it's the 5 gigahertz. Because now it worked. I borrowed my camera VLAN for a second. And then now that we have internet... I'm going to tell it to do a full-on upgrade. And then dash Y. Yeah, internet's working now. Yeah, that's gonna be grabbing packages for a minute. The Wi-Fi is not the best in this little guy. Which may be contributing to the issue. Anyway. Yeah, it's timing out connections. Yeah, the Wi-Fi is not the greatest on that guy. But that's okay. Because we have the AIO that's going to be fixing a lot of that. Alright, so let's log out. And shut this down safely. Alright. Now that we have that out of the way, let me plug my keyboard back in so I can actually use it. Did you miss anything? Yeah, we got the device built. So, the device is built. Now I want to see what it will take us to build out our AIO. Hacker gadgets AIO V2 instructions. Okay, so what I'm looking at right now okay, these are all the software instructions which we'll probably have to follow. But we're gonna do the physical side of it. So we need to find those instructions. Alright, let's see. AIO V2. Okay, yeah. Now let's see where the instructions are. Why can't they just make it easy to find the instructions for this thing? Let me see. Raspberry Pi 5 hats, all products. That's the antenna pack. Okay, that's the setup guide. Where is the instructions, though, for this? Okay. Where the hell is this? So there are no instructions in the box. Okay, that's one of the other antennas. So that's all antennas over there. Good to know. Alright, let's see. I'm still trying to find the actual install. I know there's videos, I just don't want to see a video. Why can't there just be a freaking, hey, this is your package. You have all the software packages, but no, you can't freaking link the entire, like, just, hey, this is where you go to do the install. And I swear to God, if somebody says, well, it's on the GitHub, it should still be linking to the GitHub and say something like that. But it's not even doing that. Like, I'm just gonna give some honest feedback. If you ever make a goddamn project, make it so that your instructions to actually physically install the thing are right there. I have, like, several other links to everything else. The only setup guide that I found is the one talking about the software side of it. All right, let's see. The EU console AIO V2. Oh, of course, the link that you find on Google redirects you to that. And then... That's software. That's software. None of this fucking matters if you can't get the motherfucker installed. Yeah, you have the image. Like, let me show you what I'm looking at. Every time I look up, oh, extension board setup guide. Great. It's going straight into the software. You can, so, like, it's literally just referencing the software. Like, I don't know if I have to tell people, stop being so on the spectrum that you forget people are not gonna, you know, start from ground zero and look at this and be like, hey, let's just plug this part in. I'm not gonna put a square peg in a round hole. And I shouldn't have to, like, if you were, like, even referencing, like, hey, yeah, watch this video for you to install it. There's no reference to a video or anything. So I'm going to have to go through all of this stupid shit to literally be like, I don't want to watch a video. This is already going to be negative points for that, for the community. Well, the developer, because I'm like, dude, you made the thing. You should have your own guide how to do it. And there's nothing linked on the uConsole page. And I know some people are going to say, well, you sound like you're being very petty. No, this is basic UI, UX, or understanding, you know, you're going to get a project. You need to know the damn instructions for how to put it together. But look at this. Oh, you can find all the notes for every other piece here. Like, no link to a blog showing, you know, setting it up or anything like that. No, none of that. So I'm gonna give like one star off just from that alone. Because that is like, dude, 101. And no, people shouldn't have to watch a video, because here's the other problem. What happens if you got fellow hackers in different languages? Am I being very obtuse here? To just have this one demand, just have it in writing. And this is the problem. I don't want to watch somebody else do their shit with their music and everything. So now, look. We have a video. Look at that. I don't need to go through every little piece. Okay, so we're going to undo these 4 screws. Cool. Okay, so we do take that off. Take the batteries. Okay, so we take the expansion board out. Okay, that is one annoying thing, though, is looking at this expansion board here. I don't think this has the cell modem, which is a real bummer, because I would have loved to have seen... Yeah, no assembly guide is interesting. Yeah, that is certainly a choice, to say the least. And not a good one at that. Okay, so we basically have to take off all of that. All right. No, there's a SMA connector over there. All right. I'm gonna unplug my keyboard for a second there, so I don't accidentally type anything. When is a good time to switch to Linux? Anytime. I switched to it when I got tired of Windows Vista back in the day. That's not my overhead camera. That's a
Death Game
YouTube video.
2001 is now chilling in the lab.
We're looking at a video on how to disassemble. If you go over to the Twitch or YouTube side, you can actually see a lovely 1080p quality picture where you could see that it is a YouTube video. Okay, so you do have to take the little stand off. Just on the brake and thought it'd pop in. Okay. Nothing wrong with that. Your brake's going okay. I'll be interested to see who I run into at DEF CON this year. I always run into some interesting people. And I always have people that, like, run up to me and, you know, like, want to talk and everything, and I'm cool with that. I also had some people that was like, I didn't want to bother you, and I'm like, dude, unless I'm in the middle of, like, something like a phone call or something like that, I'm pretty chill. Okay, so let's get these two batteries out. There should be the battery case here somewhere. Ah, here it is. Never store your batteries loose. That is bad juju. So this guy over here has a cell modem, and what's interesting is if you paid attention to the video over here, you can actually see he's got a blank. So they actually still send you an expansion board, regardless if you get a cell version or not. The difference is that the cell version, well, comes with a cell modem. Okay, so let's continue on. We got this guy over here. Oh, interesting. Okay, so connections for GPS, LoRa, and our SDR. Okay, so we're taking this one connection here. Gonna take that one little antenna off. Okay, we're gonna set that guy aside. And we're gonna take our new daughter board over here. Which is actually gonna need some of the parts that we had. I just saw them. Oh, there they are. So, that headphone jack port that we had before, this little blank plate over here, is getting replaced with this little blank plate over here, and we're adding Ethernet to this device. Cool. Making sure there's no trickery up here. Don't strain, what's up? Oh, we're just building my little hacker device over here. Hold up. Did he skip the blank? What the fuck is skip the blank? I love how it says this side face inside. I was like, that doesn't look right. And it's like, yeah, because this side face inside. Wait, hold up. Let me see something for a second here. Oh, he doesn't have a headphone jack either. Okay. Never mind. Oh! I think I know what's gonna happen here. So we have that extra RP SMA, and I was wondering where that was gonna come from. Yeah, I'm just gonna skip ahead here. Because, like, this is where instructions would come in handy. Because, yep, I knew it. Okay. Okay, so let's see. Hold on. So he pre-prepared all of this stuff. And here's how I, you know, like, you kind of can tell when it's like a person that does radio and not. We would never pre-install our antennas on, you know, the expansion boards they have and everything. So I'm just curious. No, they don't go over it. Anyway. I'm trying to remember the order of the SMA jack install. Oh, right. I need to plug my keyboard in. That'd probably help just a little bit, because I unplugged it in case I smacked a key. It's a U-console that I'm turning into a serious field radio device. What was I looking for? Oh, yeah. Install SMA jack. Washer order. I always forget the order of these SMA connectors. Come on. Okay. Come on. Why can't you sift faster? Oh yeah, because I'm blocking heads. There we go. Is that what I need? Okay, so we have that. Okay. That's not what I need, though. Alright, let's see. O-ring, panel, tooth, spring, nut. Okay. That's the order I need. Let me see, we have 3. Alright, let's grab this little guy over here. Oh, the tolerances are tight on this plate. It's good. Alright. So we got the panel. Now we need the star washer. I say inside. The teeth should bite directly into the metal for a solid electrical ground. Huh. Okay. And then we need the spring washer. And then we need this. And then we're just going to tighten this down so we can make sure it's bonded. I can tighten it more later. Oh, I did it backwards. I was like, that doesn't look right. Doing cybersec with a focus on, in future aimed at red teaming pen testing, you're finishing your message. Struggling with the coding aspect, what would you recommend? Well, so here's the thing. If you, when you say you're doing cybersec, are you in school or are you in the field right now? Because if you're in school trying to go straight for red teaming, then the issue you're going to have is, well, that is the toughest part of cybersecurity to get into. And I know, like, a bunch of people want to get into it. And they usually want prior experience in IT. So if you're trying to aim for that long term, focus on the blue team side. But here's the thing with coding and everything. Coding, I mean, like, that used to be a big deal many years ago. I mean, it still is. You should understand your basics and everything. But now that we have LLMs and AI everywhere, that paradigm has kind of shifted now from you need to know how to code to you need to understand code. Makes sense? Mix of both. I'm doing education and doing some certs. Need to figure out which one's first. Yeah, really. I know everyone's like, I want to go straight into cybersecurity, but right out the bat, I'm gonna be honest with you, it is very hard to get straight into cybersecurity. It can be done, but it's one of those, it's not impossible, it's improbable situations. Because they want to see experience. I mean, I've gotten through my entire career doing experience. Literally only got my first cert, what, 2 years ago? Yeah, 2 years ago. Okay, so Now, oh, we're building a, Clockwork Pi U console, which is going to be my Sirius radio. Okay. Your camera angles suck, dude. Hold on. Let's see. I'm trying to find someone that actually has decent, camera angles, because the last guy just kind of... Okay, so he's building it from scratch with the AIO. And see, this is exactly why I'm like, why do you not include instructions? Because a lot of people were like, Clockwork Pi console. Oh, that's kind of cool. Then we're like, oh, but you can do radio. And it's like, now I need to buy it. See, he's installing it at the same time as that. Why are you futzing with the battery module so much? He's probably having the same issues I did. See, the other guy, when he was taking his videos, he was cutting it off at the top, and I'm like, see, this is what I was trying to see. Like, if you are ever going to do a video demonstrating things, don't go off fucking camera. Test all your angles beforehand. I don't have an overhead camera. Okay, so now we got this Macadaddy board. Okay, so this is gonna have... I'm gonna have to look up which one goes where. Okay, so he is doing that, and then he's gonna do the SMA, so he's kind of doing it in a different order. We just did that SMA jack. Hey, he's using the same exact batteries I got. Oh, no, maybe not. Similar model. But they, those are CBs and I got GAs. Okay, so let's see which antennas we have here. Okay, we got the big ass one there. Here we are. Okay, so we got the bulbous big ass one here. See? We got the chode antenna. And then... Do these have labels for what they are, spectrum-wise? Okay, so that's just your plain old... Okay, that's a telescopic. Oh, that's gonna be great, because I can adjust my frequency. Ah! They are labeled, so it's like Bluetooth, LoRa, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, Wi-Fi. Okay. Okay, so it looks like he's gonna do LoRa. I guess you could probably reorder these any particular way, but I wouldn't. I think he put the LoRa at the end. Meh. Okay, so let's skip ahead. Oh. I almost missed that part. There's apparently a ribbon that needs to be connected. Oh, the ribbon's not connected to anything, I guess. Hold up. Nope. That idea is not it. Okay. And I found out why the Wi-Fi was shit. I figured it out. I figured out why the Wi-Fi was shit. Do you see the antenna connector down there? Do you see the antenna connector? Well, you probably don't. That's on the Pi 4 compute module. Yeah. Was that in the instructions? I'm curious now. Because it told me one of those to go there. Insert a SIM card. Yep, for CM4 core. Okay. Okay. Yep, that's on me. I'm a moron. So the reason why they probably do that there is this is compatible with other boards. So some of them don't expose their Wi-Fi. Some of them don't have Wi-Fi. built in. Alright, let's get this little connector off. And we'll get you over to this Raspberry Pi 4 compute module over here. I think after DEF CON, I'll look at getting a compute module 5. This should make it a lot faster. And I'll probably go for the 8GB version. Even though ideally I'd like to get a 16. But it is what it is. What is this? Oh, it's a little computer. Okay, the RP SMA jack is connected over there. Trying to move ahead to where... Okay. This is about where he starts messing with the antennas. And that's where we need to continue from. Unplug my keyboard here for a second. This antenna, GPS. Okay, so what antenna is he sticking on there? So I think he said that end one is a Wi-Fi one. Wait. I think I know what he's talking about. There's a Wi-Fi antenna there, but only one LoRa. Hold on, I'm just curious. You got a home lab? Yes, I do. What distros you run? I have Pop OS, Ubuntu, Debian, Cubes OS, and a few other things. Hold on, where is my cable? Alright, let's look at the antenna installation order. Best safe career, cybersecurity career now with AI. Most of the ones in cybersecurity except for tier 1 SOC. Look, cybersecurity has given me a cybersecurity has given me more work thanks to AI. Oh, I just read the hello Chief, I am new here, starting out in the IT world and love your content. I'm glad I can finally watch a stream, but I am happy I got my Pi hole set up on Tailscale today while shed into my home lab sitting up during my work time, currently working a vape shop. Oh, nice. Yeah. I know a lot of people like Tailscale. It's really simple to use. I don't run it in my lab. Not that it's bad or anything, it's just different strokes for different folks. I prefer Twin Gates approach, which Zscaler does. But antenna order, gadgets, AIO v2. Okay. Quick mount. I'm trying to find. Okay, we got that. Best AI skills to learn for cybersecurity. It's not really learning AI itself, but how it runs, how it operates, and how you can secure from it, as well as how you can use to attack it. Hold up. Is there markings on the board? No, it literally just says Ant 1. Unfortunately, the Kids Act passed the House. I'm hoping it stalls in the Senate. Which one's the Kids Act again? There's so many of these different ones. Oh, this bullshit. There are some silver linings in that legislation, but overall it is horrible. Alright, so let's see. That's what I thought. The LoRa Meshtastic goes over here. And then okay, so we're gonna get the Wi-Fi ones. Okay, there we go. That's making more sense. Why can't they just include instructions? My God. I'm definitely going to be getting some better antennas, but these are at least decent starter ones, these little nubs. Wait, that's Bluetooth. That's Wi-Fi. Narrations are so fast. Yeah. Unfortunately, we got a bunch of morons. Like, I'm gonna tell you straight up, I've thought about if when I retire, I might run for government. Just to be like, F all of you in Congress. Alright, now we have this frickin' mess. Okay. So we've got the antennas mounted. Okay, I see. So we have SDR, LoRa, and GPS all... Okay. So not all of these antennas will be used, is what I'm gathering. So why give this many antennas then? I'm curious. Okay, so we do improve the... So he skipped a few steps. Because if you notice, he's got... Yeah, there's, he did a couple of things I'm, like, looking at, like, why would you do it that way? Like, you have this SMA jack here, which I'd put for the SDR, because that's going to be adjusting telescopically. So, we'll go back to the bad guy, the bad video, see if maybe he did something there. Okay, so he's only got 4 going out as well. Oh, well, he's only got the 4 antenna version anyway. Okay. Clockwork Pi 7 antenna. Install. So apparently, I think he has... Oh, so the same video. Yeah, they really needed to put instructions for this. Let me see. Let's see, Valley Tech Custom Solutions. He's using E-Fest batteries. Those are just rebrands. It is what it is. They'll work. Okay, so he's doing this. See, the problem with watching other people is you, like, have to go back and forth, where reading instructions is, like, so much quicker. Like, look how much work I've had to do just to go back and forth. Oh, he's got a copper heatsink on top. That's weird. It just caught my eye. But see, he too has the 4 antenna version. So I'm curious why the V2 has 7 antennas if you can only do 4. I'm curious now. Oh. I'm like, why do I have 7 antennas and everybody else is using 4? And it completely occurred to me, I'm forgetting about the other upgrade I have coming in. Because I forgot to order it at the same time. The AC1200 USB card. Yeah. That has 3. Well, should have 3 SMA connectors. And suddenly, that makes sense now. Okay. Oh, and we're gonna get that NVMe upgrade too, because I was like, I need to put logging in. So, yeah, okay. You got the one going around there. Okay. So, now I'm curious, if I go into... Yeah, see, they still only have the old pictures up. Also, I now see how you're supposed to mount that underneath. Okay. That makes sense. Alright, anyway. Alright, so I'm trying to see how I want to do this. Okay, so definitely this SMA jack over here is going to be the SDR. Because that's the best place for the telescopic antenna. God damn it, I hate these connectors. This is the Clockwork Pi U console. And yes, the stream might go on a little later than usual because, well, I'm not working tomorrow. I do have to go get my car from the mechanic, that's about it. You would have thought, like, after all these years with different radio technologies, they would have finally come out with better connectors. But no. Alright. Let's get back to me. So there's a USB-C port down here that's going to go in for the other wireless card that I bought. It's kind of a bummer that I got rid of the cell connection on this. Because that would have been nice. Being able to use the cell data to route things back in. But yeah, okay. Anyway, we have to figure out the lengths that we want to go. R. Okay, so we've got 3 very long wires. Those are obviously going to go, or 4 very long wires. Those are going to go to our Wi-Fi and Bluetooth. Oh, I see what they're doing. Because there's 3 antennas, and on the AC 1200, just curious. I'll have to figure that out. But I have a feeling 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh! So one of the Wi-Fi antenna headers is going to go down here to the one I mistakenly put on. Okay, this is making a lot more sense. So... and now that makes sense why they removed that board. Okay. Okay, so now we need to get these lengths of wire figured out. Yeah, a manual definitely would have helped. Like, I'm not trying to, like, sound like, oh, I'm better than all of you when I say this. I think most of the people in my audience would have been stumped with this. Because there was a little mix of just background hardware knowledge I've been using in this, radio knowledge to figure out radio positioning and stuff, but yeah. Okay, so we have these 4. Okay, that's making sense. Okay, cool. So let's get... okay. That should do. Yeah, radio knowledge is extremely niche, but if you're dealing with this kind of guy over here, you're probably one of those radio people anyway. There we go. That's the Wi-Fi antenna. I really could have used some covers for the cables, because I kind of don't want to remove them. But I know I'm going to have to, probably. I don't think I should have put those antennas on, but... Trying to think, what should I do? So we got the one replaced over there. And that one's gonna have to go too. I should have left those caps on. Oh well. There's one of the caps I can reuse. Okay, so I'm gonna at least cap off the cell antenna here, and then I can shove that in a corner. Okay, that'll do. Now, as far as the Wi-Fi one, welcome to the wonderful world of tech where you lose your mind looking for a bunch of random shit.
Nope. Nope.
Thought I found another cap on the floor. May just have to give that up for maybe some electrical tape. Or I can yank it out. I just don't want to if I don't have to. But I don't want to risk a short. Which is a real possibility. Nope. No cap. Alright. Damn. I may have to put some electrical tape around that. That might be a solution. But I'm not gonna dwell too much on that right now. I've spent enough time looking at that. Alright. So now, we need to figure out our other antennae. Okay, so at the top is a GPS. Now, what I'm curious about is... you can put the antennas in any order you want. Okay, so... LoRa and GPS are the only two that we're really going to need. The rest of them we can save for later. Okay. Oh, well, that's our answer to keep the antenna in place for now. We'll just keep that one removed for now. Alright. But wait, where's the Bluetooth antenna? Is it just sharing the Wi-Fi antenna? That's probably what's happening. Very curious about that design choice. Because we have Bluetooth antennas, but... Oh, I wonder if they're ones that you're supposed to, like, swap over to when you focus on Bluetooth. Anyway. Okay, so we're gonna want... Damn it! These cables do not want to go in. It's coming. It's just difficult because the person that made it didn't really even consider putting a manual together. Okay, so we've got GPS. Okay, so GPS is there. And now we need LoRa. You know what? I wonder if we can take the little LoRa antenna. Give it a little bit more separation. My wife got a thing for a 3D printer. It was a DIY assembly kit. No instructions, but a random video. I didn't even get a random video. So your wife did better than me. There we go. So we've got LoRa, GPS, and Wi-Fi. Actually, you know what? Okay, so those are 3 antennas there. But you know what? I'm going to... take this connector here. If I need to order another cell Wi-Fi antenna, those are easier to find than cell antennas. I know that for sure. So I don't have any qualms about keeping the cell antenna in here as much as I will about the others. Okay, so we're gonna put that down there, which then means, so we got GPS and LoRa and a Wi-Fi antenna. Now we need another Wi-Fi antenna. Oh, come on. Hate when these things get in the little crevice of the box. And now I'm chasing a freaking small wire. When people ask me why I didn't get into hardware as much, it's because dealing with stupid little components all the time gives you a headache. Did you get GTA 6? No. I don't have a console, and I think it's only out on console. Wait, the Wi-Fi and Bluetooth antennas kind of look the same, except a little bit more rigid. Oh, come on. There we go. Are these all just super long? Yeah, they are. Okay. All right, let's see. So the first one in would be our LoRa. So we're gonna get that guy connected up. And then this will be our GPS. Now what's interesting I noticed is, you know, we have separately named Bluetooth and Wi-Fi antennas, but if I remember, they run at the same frequency, or spectrum at least. So I'm just curious as to what makes those different. I never really looked into it. Alright, we got our LoRa and GPS antennas attached. Now we need to get Wi-Fi and Bluetooth. So, we're going to send the first connector in, which is going to be for the Raspberry Pi Wi-Fi. What distribution would you recommend running a NAS server? I was planning on using Nix, but I'm still somewhat new. Ubuntu's a good choice for a lot of people. Some people use Alma. But if you're doing a NAS, I would honestly look at TrueNAS. It is an open source software that is really well regarded for rolling your own NAS. Come on, you little bastard. There we go. Excellent. So the last antenna for tonight, because the other ones are gonna have to wait until we get that AC 1200 card. I can already tell this is going to be a tight fit for all these wires. Nope, I have to reinstall that connector. Okay. Fun! Let's give the Laura the shorter cable, because I'm like, we need to borrow one of these longer cables. But I wasn't sure which one would probably do, but since Laura is higher frequency, a shorter cable wouldn't be a bad thing. Okay, so we gotta get this Bluetooth antenna wired up. Sorry, I'm not trying to ignore chat. Anyone that's there. As you can see, I'm a little occupied at the moment. I figured roles though, thinking of starting a SOC analyst to be experienced with dev side and then learning offensive, any specific roles that would open that. Well, SOC analyst roles are really tough to come by right now, especially now that a lot of businesses are trying to move a lot of their tier 1 to AI. Like I know I'm in charge of an agentic SOC trying to build different things out. However, yeah, there's definitely, things are kind of changing right now. But I don't think that long-term AI is going to have the, you know, where is I going with this? The, that's the wrong cable. They are not going to have, a lot of, the positions that we know of today. There's going to be different ones. So you'll definitely need to know about, prompting and stuff. Because the thing is, like, knowing query language is oddly not as, emphasized nowadays as knowing how to prompt for it. Which I don't get, because you still need to know your basics. Do GRC. Oh yeah, GRC is definitely a good entry level, but I would honestly recommend most people go to MSP. The other thing is, if you don't have any base IT experience, I'm not saying it's impossible to get a cybersecurity job. It's not very likely. Most jobs want to see that you have some experience, and even then, if you don't understand a lot of the core concepts, you're gonna struggle. What the hell am I doing? I'm in the wrong antenna. GRC's gotten more technical. They're not as technical, I would say, as a lot of the stuff I do, but they definitely have to do, like, vuln management and stuff like that. And here's the thing a lot of people overlook. It doesn't matter where you start, you can always pivot. Okay, come on. There we go. Alright, that was a good idea. Putting it in that way. Use certain applications, do you dive, look for vulnerabilities, code application. Yeah, I'm kind of doing some of that right now. I'm leading the POC, more or less, for Wiz. Just started learning Wiz for cloud vulnerabilities. Yeah, it's a great platform. It's one of the easiest, and honestly, the platform I have the most respect for. Alright, I'm just going to put a couple of screws here to hold this in place while I get this antenna. come on, you little bastard. You are literally the last antenna. There we go. Alright, now let's get this screw out over here. And then I just need to find where I put those batteries. They're over here. Alright, let's see. Positive. And positive. Alright, now where's that metal back? There it is. Okay, so now I have to ask the question. Okay, yeah, so this goes on top of it. This cable keeps getting in the way. I'm trying to tuck it, give it the RuPaul treatment. All right. Let's at least get the bottom screws in so we can square it up. All right. Alrighty. Now, it did come with 2 screws, which I presume... Yep, these are just a little bit longer, which you will need. Okay. One, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. Double checking something, because I'm like, I look like I have an extra screw. Whenever it looks like you have an extra screw, it always makes you nervous. And unplug the keyboard because I keep hitting keys on accident. Ah. That would have been bad. Forgot the 2 screws on that board. Now, when I get the AC 1200 in, which should hopefully be in a week or two, I think right now it's clearing customs. Oh, speaking of which, those bastards over at US Customs sent me a bill for $56 merely for the Rack Wireless Wiz Mesh tags. And you might be like, well, you must have spent a lot of money. They cost me $150. Fuck you, Trump, and your 30% tariffs. I don't care where you stand politically, that's dumb. And anyone that believes tariffs actually, are paid by the other countries has never understood it. Want to get into mechatronics and robotics engineering? Should I learn C++ or Python? I'm not too familiar with that field, but it kind of depends. But I would say you're probably going to lean... I mean, I've seen a lot of robotics people be using Python and stuff, so... I mean, it kind of can go either way. Now, if you do compiled languages, they are going to be, like, way faster, I will be honest, than an interpreted language like Python ever will be. It's the nature of the beast, unfortunately. All right. Now I need the little wire thingy for the stand. Yeah, my pleasure. Dear brothers, pray to the hardware gods I find the rest of the screws to put this laptop together. It's been sitting apart for a month, almost got it finished. Yeah, worst case scenario, you can go to Amazon, pick up entire laptop screw sets for like $10. I keep a couple on hand because I've lost screws, and then I find them when I step on my foot. Oh, wait, where's the last antenna? Behold! There we go. Let's turn this guy on. That probably fixed the Wi-Fi issues we were having. And now I have a proper SDR antenna. Because it's telescopic, I can adjust the frequency. I'm gonna have to play with that. Is that mesh-tastic? I mean, it can be. It's got Wi-Fi and Bluetooth and software-defined radio and GPS. So, 5 of these antennas are Wi-Fi. I mean, 3 of these are Wi-Fi, 2 of these are Bluetooth, 1 is LoRa, 1 is GPS. Alright, now, let's see if I fixed my Wi-Fi signal issue. Oh yeah, it's much, much stronger now. There we go, we got Wi-Fi! We got Wi-Fi, but, let's check the Ethernet. That's right, we got an Ethernet port now. Oh, I disconnected that. I forgot I disconnected that patch. So then... Did I disconnect both of them or just the one? Yeah, I think I disconnected both of them. I'll have to play with that. But... we can at least... now do all the updates. So it's a Raspberry Pi Compute Module 4 operating this whole guy. Yep, that is much better. So the Wi-Fi signal issue came down to I had the antenna on the wrong place for this board because it's designed for other SBC compute modules as well. So once I moved the antenna to the actual Wi-Fi, the antenna to the actual Wi-Fi port on the compute module, all as well. And now we have an even better antenna than the little strip antenna that I installed and then took right off. I can buy more of those. Those are not a big deal. The cell antenna out here, those are the harder things to find, to be completely honest. But yeah, it seems to be going pretty well. We have a full USB-A port over here, micro HDMI and audio. We have another USB port. This is USB-C, Ethernet, and then we have our SDR jack over here. It's a nice device. It feels pretty solid too once you get it together. So I'm gonna have to definitely play with this some more. Yeah. I'm gonna have to set up... where was it? We need to go and get the firmware, right? Alright, so let's see. We need now... yeah, there we are. Alright, so... we need the AIO V2 setup guide. And what we're gonna grab right now... let's grab Trixie. Alright, let's see. Oh, that's it? They're controlled by GPIO. Ah. You will have to pull the specific GPIO to high and turn them on. Wait, so hold up. What are the control pins for them? Wait, what? To turn off DL. Rex is ported. Bookworm. Oh, this has... Okay. So we need to grab this. Clockwork Pie. Oh, you got Dragon OS? Huh. Okay, let's see. Oh, they got Parrot Security, so you could actually put Parrot OS on this little guy. Not that I would want to. Let's download Trixie. Wait, which one's newer? Debbie and Trixie or Bookworm? I think Trixie is the latest. Yeah, current stable. Okay. And... okay, so we got Trixie. X is ported, which has SDR plus. Okay, yada yada yada. No, Trixie is the name of one of the Debian versions. They give them different names, human readable names, so that we can more easily remember what they are. Trying to find my USB drive so I can write to the SD card, and it's probably on the desk here somewhere. Okay. Of all the things I've lost, I miss my mind the most. Let's put my bit away so I know where it is. Okay. We have our SD cards over here. It's a Marauder V4 board. Move that. One of my goals for this week is to seriously clean my desk, because I got way too much tech all over here. Ah, here we are. Okay, let's see. We've got 32 gigabyte ones. Jeez, why are y'all so stuck? We can take that 64 gig one. And we'll throw that in. All right. Sorry, I gotta do some admin thing. All right. We need to restore the disk image. It's gonna have me ask for the... And there it is. We are flashing. Okay. Activate 4G card by... Okay. The 4G is already installed. So... Okay. Cool. Gotta wait for it to write. It's about a 7 gigabyte image. In the meantime, this guy just finished updating its stuff. So the only pain in the ass is the GPS antenna is like right directly in the way of where the SD card is. Well, that SD card is a pretty solid one. I mean, the SD card holder. And they send you a 32 gigabyte Lexar. Not the fastest one, but it'll do. I'm throwing a Samsung Evo in there, and then eventually we'll get the NVMe, and then I'll see about getting to boot off the NVMe. That should seriously speed up boot times. She didn't realize soldering is involved until she started. Oh, just read what your message was, Abby. Yeah. Okay, we're 2/3 of the way there. Honestly, if this boots up, we may call it a night from there, and then next time we'll get into setting up all the radio stuff. We're taking our time because we still have that AC1200 Wi-Fi card coming in, and the advantage of that, if you're wondering, is, well, you're gonna have the ability to have an additional Wi-Fi card in monitor mode, so I can have 2 Wi-Fi cards in here at the same time. It does upset me a little bit I can't use the cell modem part of this, but I usually have a hotspot with me if I'm going to use that. Like, or I can have it tether off the phone. So either way. Alright. 95%. Double up the airplane. Gee. I think the Wi-Fi card we're adding is the one that has monitor mode. I don't know about the other devices. Alright. Let's eject that. And then let's get my tweezers. There we go. Where's the fat antenna? No. Okay, maybe when I open this back up and I swap the antennas around, I'm probably gonna move that antenna back because I can see why they did that. Like, it's a little bit annoying to press the button. Minor nuisance. Okay, different bootloader screen, so that's new. Oh, yeah, definitely doing a lot more different things. You can't see, but right now it's doing these terminal of booting up. Oh, the Clockwork Pi logo on there. Okay, we got the Clockwork logo. It's turning on with a bunch of stuff. Okay, we got a blank screen. Got arrow. Okay. Welcome to the Raspberry Pi desktop. Yada, yada, yada. So this is running us through the same start menu we had before. It always annoys me that they do, I know Raspberry Pi is based in the UK, but it defaults to UK every time you set it up. And the annoying thing about that is, I'm like, dude, you guys are in the minority here. Rarely any people are going to be using the British keyboard. Listening to my roommate tell ChatGPT to do dangerously take control of his computer and do whatever it needs to make him $1 million. Oh my god. On that note, I was working with ChatGPT for something else, and I'm like, look through your memory about this stuff. And then it's like, I forgot what we got to, but it was like, I was asking it to do something, and then it like sends me a request to connect to my Gmail, and I'm like, you better remember this right now. I will never connect to my sensitive personal information. You will never get access unless I give you individual items, and don't ever ask me for it again. Now, I connect things like Canva, you know, some of the stuff for my content creation stuff, sure. But it doesn't have direct access to anything that critical that doesn't make, you know, there isn't a reason. Like the what you call it? Sorry, I'm trying to type this out here. But yeah, it's just... Alright. Let's connect to my Wi-Fi. Okay, we've connected to Wi-Fi. Default browser. You get a choice of Chromium or Firefox. Of course I'm gonna go Firefox. And then let's do a software update. Okay, so it's gonna do its software updates. Probably gonna have to run for a while. These people connecting AI to their business emails and send AI emails to their customers, but seems risky. It does. I want you to think about it this way. You have businesses that are having AI send out emails for them. Now imagine the AI sets up a meeting for you and had a whole conversation and you don't know anything about it and they think it's actually you. Okay, so it did throw an error when updating because it needed to update the version number, so it didn't grab any system updates, so I'm gonna have to do that. Hold up. You know, I've never actually checked what they come with. Okay. Sudo apt update and sudo apt upgrade dash y. Now put my password in. Oh, some of the repos changed their names, so now I have to adjust them. I wish they'd fix that in the image. Okay. Now that is updating. All right. What's up, Fart Buckle? Alright, now let's look at the hacker gadgets thing. Remove AIO apps, CLI. I'm trying to see the instructions on this GitHub here. Okay, requirements, pin control, available for direct GPIO control. Internal USB ports were not enabled by default. Place 27 with the specific pin. Okay, so what's the pins that I need? Okay, yeah. AIO V2 control toggles GPIO mat. Oh. You see, the documentation in this is so awful. Because, like, this does not match this. Like, seriously. The biggest complaint I will have about this project is the documentation. That is a huge mark away from it, in my opinion. The only reason I can figure this out is I have a little bit more experience. Now imagine you're somebody that's like, hey, this is a hardware project I want to put together, and, you know, there's already pieces, so I don't have to do anything too custom, you know, all of that. Oh yeah, I'm still live. We just got the updated Debian Trixie on this. The antennas are connected. And then I just got to install the software for it. This took way longer than I had hoped it would, but... It says we're only at 16% battery, too. But the batteries that I have in here should last a frickin' while. How many corn sites have you hacked this month? Just the ones with your mom. So, 6. But yeah, so far we got this guy at least set up. I will definitely say that trackball definitely needs improvement. I heard there were some firmware hacks and stuff. But also, you know what I'll say? I don't know what they did with this version of Linux. Some of the issues have gone away. But I will still say that I want the trackpad upgrade that I have already coming in. We have a other upgrade where we're going to put an NVMe in here. I already have a spare NVMe to put in. We're going to be putting another Wi-Fi card in here in monitor mode. But yeah. This should be an interesting device for me to tinker in the field with. Depending on how I feel with this after DEF CON, I may or may not buy the Raspberry Pi Compute Module 5. Do pip install RNS on that? Well, first I have to install the software to get the AIO board before I can even get the SX1262 working on here. But yeah, this totally can do Reticulum and MeshCore and Meshtastic. That was part of the reason why I got this, was it was a field device for me to do all of my radio tinkerings. I'm just waiting for stuff to be installed. Alright, let's see. There's not really all that much preloaded in this image here. What's up at my hair? Raspberry Pi prices got me looking at ESP32 boards. Yeah, the only problem is you can't do too much with ESP32. I have a few of them, like my Marauder device over here. This little guy over here. Yeah, there's a few devices I have for that. Okay, it's updating the Linux kernel right now. And there we go. Sudo apt install let's see. Hacker gadgets dash u console dash AIO dash board. Oh, so it's going to install a lot of things. Okay, so it's installing 200 packages. From Python to SDR stuff to, okay. So now it's downloading all the packages that it's trying to install. How's that open source printer? Still waiting to see when it comes out. We may finish up all of this stuff tomorrow to get all of this configured. All right, let's see. GUI mode? There's a GUI for this? Okay, so it is halfway done. 2/3 done. And oh, it's still grabbing them. Oh no, it's setting it up. It's almost done. Oh, now it's compiling a little bit of code I can see. So that's gonna take a second. Can we hit a double bicep flex? I mean, yeah, sure, but which laptop is the best for Linux? Anything but Razer. A lot of people gravitate towards Lenovo ThinkPads. They're good. I like Lenovo ThinkPad. They're one of my go-to companies for things. But you also have like Dell Business Line laptops. They're pretty good. But if you want Linux-specific laptops, the Linux First companies, these are companies that their primary support is for Linux, and then Windows you're on your own, is System 76 and Tuxedo Computers. I like both of them. Tuxedo is now my current daily driver laptop, but I have System 76 laptop, which used to be my old daily driver, which is still being used, but it's now a pen testing laptop for me to tinker with. I like Pop OS, never tried it. I'm on 2204, I've been using it a few years. It's pretty good. Okay, somebody didn't check their code then. Let me see. Python. Oh, I know what you need to do. Gonna open the web browser. Oh man, it does take a little time to load. What are we looking for? Hacker. I definitely have to put dark mode on this. Gadgets. Git. Hub. Oh, come on. There we go. Come on, load up. God, I hate the trackball in this thing. It's a little bit better with this update, but still. Git clone. And then we're gonna paste that in. All right. Wait. Hold on. AIO. Oh, it is installed. No, wait. No, it's not. Control USB on. Okay, so I have to basically install that manually. Sudo Python 3 dot / AIO control.py -- install. Okay, cool. Now I should be able to do okay. That makes sense. So now... And see, there's a lot of stuff they didn't, Yeah, the documentation is seriously lacking. Okay, so you have to turn the device on. You have to turn the USB on and all of that stuff. Laura on. And then GPS on. Okay, now they're all on. Now let's do a depackage configure to fix that. Yeah, the documentation is, I'm gonna have to say, the biggest complaint of this overall project here. None of this would make sense to people that have no background with this. There you go. That's my new little, field device. I still am waiting for the other Wi-Fi card that's going to go in here for the AC1200, so that way I can have a Wi-Fi card in monitor mode. But yeah, it's mine. And then I have a couple more upgrades coming in, like we'll be putting an NVMe SSD in here, adding a trackpad to it. Yeah. So I'm just curious. Sudo AIO control AIO v2 control --add -apps. Okay, this is installing a bunch of the apps that they got set up for like ADSB tracking and all of that stuff. It's installing a few things. It's installing Meshtastic MUI. Okay. CLI usage. Let me see. Hold on. Oh, there is a GUI menu. No. I need to install a dependency. Yeah, they need to go through some cleanup on their stuff, document things better. This is why documentation is one of the most important things. Alright, installing PyQt. Someone who's in college and just learning Python, what would you recommend learn more, and there's a way to start home labbing? A home lab is just anything you set up for you to better your education. So you technically can just do it in a virtual machine, or, you know, people have all kinds of home labs. Like right now I'm making a toy for my radio home lab. There's no one defined way for, a home lab to be. It's all just basically for you to grow your learning. Alright, let's see. What does this GUI look like? Ah. Okay, so auto start. Alright, let me see. We got the update command there. Power monitoring. Okay, that's for the GPS. At the following line. Okay, so let's see what apps we've got installed. Accessories. Let's see if we can start seeing stuff. RTL SDR. Okay. Oh, we're actually getting information. Yeah. So let me see. How can I... But I am actually picking up radio. Now the question is, why is the audio not playing? Now, I wonder if it's because... Oh, I think I need to stop it. And then that's in WFM. If we just put regular FM... Oh, this is cool. Now I need to figure out why we don't have sound. Might need to reboot after all that stuff. But I can show you what I'm doing. I have to tighten that down a little bit more. But you can see the waterfall, kind of. So the radio's working in here, we're gonna have to play with it some more. But it's interesting. You can actually see in real time when you extend the antenna, you're able to pick up more of the FM channels. That is actually really neat. Yeah, I'm gonna have to, tighten that a lot more. So, yeah, I think we can call this a success for the night. Yeah. Pretty happy with the little device here. We'll have to do some more tinkering with it. Love finding older stuff. How to hack a television. I mean, a television's not that hard. It's just radio. I mean... yeah. My home lab is more hardware than software. I mean, a lot of people do that. There's nothing wrong with that. But I think with that, we can call it a night. Thank you all for joining me. I know this was a longer stream than normal because we wanted to get this device going. We'll tinker more with the software next time, but yeah. Stick around for the raid if you're over on Twitch. Make sure to follow me on all of my socials. I am on Instagram, Blue Sky, Mastodon, YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, Kick, and we have a Discord Animatrix server. So make sure to follow me in all the links in my bio. And if you don't see them in the chat, you can find them over there. Love you all. Stay safe. Happy hacking. See you next time. Next official stream is Wednesday. I may do another one tomorrow. We'll see how it feels. But happy hacking.